Hey, I think we're live. How's everybody doing? Let me know how the audio levels are coming in, if they're any good or not. Yeah, just audio test. Is this loud enough for folks? I don't plan on coding topless, but maybe as a gimmick when I need to juice the numbers someday, I'll do it. Yeah, so audio is good. Y'all can hear me okay? We've still got about 10 minutes before we start, so we're just chilling. Good deal. I've got a fan going. Might give a little bit of ambient noise. Just wanted to check in on that, make sure it's not. Where is Kat? I think she's outside. I'm sure she'll make an appearance at some point. But you can't disturb the kitty cat if she ain't disturbing you, because otherwise you only get so much peace. Yeah, it's no problem, Peter. All right. Let's get this thing zoomed in properly. Should be good enough for y'all to read right there. Let me know if it's not. I can always zoom it in a little bit more. Happy Big Boat Stuck Day to those who celebrate. You know who you are. Let's see here, let's see. So, I'm just gonna run some setup here, get the branch all set. New window. Is everybody's day starting off all right? Staging server is not currently open to the public for testing. We're talking about getting a sandbox server going at some point once we get into the Federation, but it's not yet available to folks. That is still just internal at the moment. Come on, you don't need code to make you funny. So I'm just prepping. Again, I don't want to start before the time that I told everybody I was gonna, because that's just unkind. You gotta give everybody a chance. But I'm gonna set up the environment while we're waiting here. And what I am doing right now is copying over the API from the backend dev build so that I can work with the bleeding edge here. Unfortunately, npm link doesn't work with React Native, so you got to manually copy over your dependencies, which is not my fave. There we go. Kitty is outside, I believe. And hello, good to see you. Oh yeah, dependencies are what they are. Oh, is that right? That'd be cool. Honestly, I don't know if I mind that much having to copy over the dependencies manually. It's not exactly like maintaining NPM links is like the best. So ooh, blasting production, huh? That's a good one. I was working at a startup once and I accidentally emailed a bunch of the active users a test email. Crushing it. That's a simulator up at the top right there. What kind of prompt is that? It's a good one. I like it. What are the plans for hashtags? I think we're going to do them. Pretty sure. Because there's kind of a utility to them that's necessary. The thing about hashtags is that, like, I think the experience on, let's say, other sites that use hashtags is that they shouldn't be big blue links. They should be like kind of a little bit less visibly prominent, like gray. I kind of feel like making them really clickable and kind of taking that much of attention is wrong. The other thing is you got to make sure that they, you got to make sure that when you click on them that you actually get something good. I've stopped clicking on hashtags because you kind of end up with nonsense. So I have a feeling we're going to kind of work our way into hashtags without the protocol adding native support. Once custom feeds show up, I think people are going to just kind of start using them to drive their feeds. But essentially, the right way to do it is to get them into the rich text system. What stack are we working on today? We're using React Native. As usual, we build to 3 different platforms, iOS, Android, and web, which makes it a chunky boy. The backend is in Node.js with TypeScript for everything. We use MobX for state management. Everything runs in memory. What if hashtags have their own what's hot thing? Yeah, so like, that's kind of what we got to figure out is like, can we make it so that whenever you click on the hashtag, make sure that it gets to some kind of interesting view of what you're looking for. And I feel like actually the best thing would be if they like somehow mapped directly to a custom feed somehow. I don't know how that would work, but like the reason that hashtags aren't very good in general is that they're doing that kind of broad, hey, who in the world has recently posted on this hashtag, which makes them very, very spammy, and clicking on them not super useful. So you kind of want to have some amount of like control over whose hashtag usage you're looking at. Gray would be a little bit harder to see. I mean, I'm just talking a diminished color in general, but well, hashtags kind of gets the post character limit probably. Links, we're going to try to actually fix at some point how much they count against your thing. The feed is kind of chrono sorted already. The following feed is. All right, it's time. It's time. Let's rock, y'all. Welcome to the live stream. As I said before, happy Big Boat Stuck Day to those who celebrate. And what are we up to today? We are working on custom feeds. This is something that we have been kind of trying to get done since the project started. So it's actually really exciting that we're finally here, finally doing this. And so the current state of it is that the backend guys with the protocol have got it pretty much, at least in a stable state. And then Anch has been leading the charge on implementing the UI side of things. And so what we're coming into today is picking up his PR and doing a kind of a final pass on it, right? Which is this is sort of how I slot into the development flow at this point. I haven't been able to sit down and just write my own code for a while. Instead, what I tend to do nowadays is that kind of final review on PRs, whether it's coming from folks in the community, and again, thanks y'all for your great contributions, or it's somebody on the team. And so that's what we're going to be doing today is, going through and making sure that the code matches the existing patterns, and that, looking for any bugs is the kind of normal stuff that you do with code review. And then we're also just going to take a pass on the actual user experience of the update that I just put together for us. And one of the reasons I really wanted to do this with y'all is that I wanted your feedback as we are shaping up the final calls on this UX, because it's really helpful to hear what y'all think as I'm working on stuff to get y'all's takes on the UX and get it to the point that it feels pretty darn good. So that's what we're doing. And I've taken a brief look at an earlier version of this PR. Why don't I explain a little bit more, just in case anybody doesn't know what a custom algorithm is. When you're using the app on the home screen, you got these two screens right here. We got following and we got what's hot. Now these are feeds, and technically you could kind of call them both algorithms, sort of. But really, the way that people think of algorithms in general, what's hot is the algorithm and following is a follow feed. So what we're trying to do here is make it so that, first of all, just to be clear, following never goes away. That one is always there, and that shows you folks that you're following their posts in reverse chronological. And we'll kind of push that to always be like the anchor of the listing there. That'll be on the left always and things like that, kind of the default. But and we're eventually going to get some ways to configure that right now. Right now it shows replies if they've gotten 2 likes on them, and it can be a little bit noisy. It'd be good to be able to tune that. So it'll get more sophisticated, but always that's kind of the core of it. But then every other tab on this thing, they're algorithms. And an algorithm is just a feed that uses some kind of logic to it to go out and decide what to show in the feed. And that logic is not just what you're following. Now it could be based on your follows, could be based on some other piece of information, like starting from a certain user and who they follow. It could be based on likes, it could be based on reposts, it could be based on the content of the post, it could be based on some kind of incredible AI, who knows. But that's what an algorithm does for us. And of course you're right. Of course the top post is about something like that. And so what is custom algorithms all about? Custom algorithms are a way for users to create these things, right? Normally algorithms get built by the companies that create social media websites, and they create some giant stack of AI to drive it, and it's a really big part of the product. And what we've wanted to do from the beginning is say, all right, well, what if we made that something that users do? What if we made it so that third-party algorithms drive the experience of all this? And what that means in practice is that anybody could set up one of these algorithms, run it on their own server somewhere, and the app can reach out to it and pull down the data to show. So it's a real big part of the whole idea that anybody could build these things. And we kind of think this is important for a couple of reasons. For one, we think that this is going to lead to better results, right? That people have this kind of control. And second of all, it's kind of, one of the big things that people are worried about with social media is the degree to which these big companies have control over what you see. And so creating the custom algorithm system is meant to give a lot more kind of transparency and user control over a core part of the social experience. And how this works right now is that you have to be a programmer to make the custom algorithms. We've started from that because we wanted to make sure that the underlying technology works correctly. And that's kind of the most advanced case and in many ways the hardest thing to do. So we're starting with that. Over time, we're going to add more and more ways for people to make their own kind of algorithms within the application. But step one is to make it so that other services can do it. So the backend guys, the protocol guys, have created a dev environment for us that we're going to be running against, which has a couple of kind of, I don't even know how they actually approached it, but they got some custom algorithms running inside the dev environment. And then we'll be able to, in this kind of fake mock environment, take a look at how the UX works and move it to a complete UI so that we can actually get this thing shipped. Now let me respond real quick to these messages I'm getting here. All right, so that's I think that's enough of an opening here. So let's get into it. So first things first, let's get the dev environment started. I'm gonna head over to env and run build and start. As I'm going here, feel free to ask any questions you have, and if I notice it over on my other screen, I'll answer. Also, if you're having trouble seeing anything or hearing anything, let me know. I'll turn up the audio, zoom in the interface, stuff like that. In fact, on the simulator, I try not to do this when I'm actually working, but we'll go ahead and get it a little bigger, not that. There we go. Make that a little easier to look at. And then over here, we're going to actually trigger the iOS simulator builder. Test and prod. You know, I would test and prod on this, except it's not launched on prod, so it's got to be in the dev environment. So it's a more sophisticated version of List from the Bird side. If I wanted to have music-related stuff, there could be an algo created for that. That's correct. And at the outset, yes, you... oh, no, stop. Yarn. At the outset, yeah, you're going to need to be a coder. And like I was saying, over time, we will make it so you don't have to be a coder. My keyboard is a Red Dragon K556. It's got the LEDs going on it. Okay, that should get the build working. Let's try giving it a shot. We are about to start rocking with the custom feeds. So I'm going to sign myself out over here. Okay, so what we're seeing at the moment is the build without the work that Anch has done. Just to reiterate, I'm taking Anch's work here and then doing kind of a review pass on it. So you have Anch to thank for a lot of this, and I just get to swoop in at the finish line and just tune it up a little bit, and that's what we're going to be doing here. RCB, I'm sorry to tell you this, but I have infinite invite codes. Just trying to get a peek at the cat. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I wish it was, but I don't see a kitty cat. Unfortunately, I don't know where she is. Sorry, man. Okay, interesting. So, something went wrong, as you can see. This seems to be a dependency got lost, and I'm guessing that's because the yarn install got called whenever I ran yarn pre-build. So, what I need to do is, yeah, I'm going to jump over here, go to the API, and nope, not in my history, so I need to yarn build and rn-rf. Makes me nervous every time. Node modules, API dist, and then I need to Okay. You gonna let me? No. All right then. Sad coding sound. I'm very, very sorry that I can't find the kitty cat. She's up. She's out catting. She's out catting around. With the end goal of allowing a custom algorithm. Hey, there it is. All right. With the end goal. Sorry, I'm trying to read here. Feed into another custom algorithm, for example, event like New Year's, narrow down to the local level. That might be possible. I mean, things like that seems possible. Okay, what are we doing? What's happening? You're running a second there. There we go. All right, so got a couple of interesting little UI problems. No big deal though. So check it out. What we're seeing here is Alice is sharing on her in these two posts, sharing some feeds created by people. She's sharing one that she created, and she's sharing one that Bob created. This is a big part of what we want to be doing, is making it so that not only can you make these feeds, but you can actually like do a post linking to the feed and be like, hey, check it out, feed. And then whenever you go to a feed, here's the UI for it. You can like a feed, and that's what gets publicly shared about this, is that when you like a feed that much like on a post, it shows that other people have liked it, and then saving it is a private thing. So we're looking at the feed UI here, and then you can kind of take a look at the feed and see what it looks like. And then if you're like, okay, you know what, I dig this, you hit the save button, and now let's see, is it showing up there yet? All right, interesting. I believe the idea is that it should be showing up in that interface up there, so let's see why that might not be happening yet. Again, I need to wrap my head around the work that Anch has done here. Maybe I'm missing something about how that's supposed to work. So let's go into the settings here. And this is a little behind, actually. He started working on this before the mute list got done, so we're going to have to merge it in to get it updated. Custom algorithms, all right. So it's there. Okay, and then we hit the pin. And something's wrong there as well. But now it's up here, and now we can go to it. Cool. All right. So a lot of the pieces are in place here. Another aspect of this is that whenever you go to somebody's profile page, the algorithms that they've created get listed there as well. So we are off to a great start. Here's a couple of visual things that are off here. Some of this has to do with dark mode palette stuff. I think Anch is now firmly in my experiencing the hell that I've been going through for a while, which is how easy it is to use the wrong color scheme in your work. It's big pain. Let's take a look at how things look with in light mode. All right, so interesting. So there's something going on with the image there, but as you can see, like the colors are working a little bit better on light mode. I'm sure that's just because he worked in light mode. And then over here, same story probably. Yeah, that border's just right. Okay. And then back over in the settings, there's the custom algorithms. This is being weird. It's not shown right there. We also have this kind of like pinned versus not pinned thing, and I need to figure out if the feed is not pinned, where that was going once you saved it. Dark mode is never the problem. All right. Can the feed get a cover art? It's supposed to have an basically what you would consider to be an avatar. For some reason, that's not showing there, and I'm thinking that's something to do with just the test data being a little funky. So I got to get into that, figure out what's going on there. As you can see here, it's falling back to the default avatar, but that's a little confusing for feeds, so we might need to use a different default avatar for feeds. So I should get some notes going here when I start doing that. So, new fallback, Avi for feeds. Let's zoom that in a little bit more. Dark mode, palette, pass. Need to go through and fix that up. If Bluesky is successful, do you think people will end up hating me like they do Meta and Google, or will user choice fix that? don't know how to answer that. I mean, eventually people will have complaints, I'm sure. I can't, you can't make everybody happy all the time, and I hope that you folks don't end up hating us, but if they do, we'll make sure that we try to help out as many people as possible. And I'm emotionally prepared for that. Not everybody, can't please everybody. Alright, so new fallback Abby. Let's just get one going for Abbies in general. Feed Abbies. New default one. Should we go square with them? That's not a bad idea, to be honest. Might help distinguish things. We need to see why the dev environment image for Alice's feed is working. We need to have, there's a missing ability in this UI to edit details on your own feed, so let's figure out where that's at. Edit your own feed's profile. Alright, it'd be good if we had a way to, I'm not sure if I press this. Alright, so that's like, unlike, feel like there ought to be a way to see who has liked. So, list who liked feed. What else? Okay, we need to figure out saved versus pinned feeds. So the thing about the pinned versus saved, yeah, like I said, can't make everybody happy. So like, let me talk a little bit about the UX around saved versus pinned feeds. Like the horizontal scroll, there's only so many things that you want to be going up there. At the end of the day, you kind of need to, you can't go crazy with it. So we need to find a way to sort of make it so that when you could save a feed and it goes in kind of a bigger list, and then you could pin it, and pinning it causes it to go up into that top UI. And so we need to kind of explore that UX. I need to see what Anch picked for just the saved ones, because like obviously putting it in the settings ain't gonna work. So we got to get into that. We need to merge latest into branch. We need to what else did I notice? Oh yeah, the tab bar. This is a fun one. Tab bar indicator. So with this update, Anch had to figure out how to make this tab bar scroll. And as you can see, there's some wonkiness around the indicator underneath it. You can kind of see it jumping around as you scroll around, and that's because it's a little tricky, honestly, to get that free-floating indicator to position correctly and stay, because we haven't anchored it within the scroll container. So that's something that we're going to want to take a look at, is figure out if there's a way to make that work right. So that's going to be a bit of fun. Could you add two feeds together? Yeah, that's absolutely something. So they're in our explorations on how to organize these custom feeds. There have been three things that we've talked about. There's swipe left right, which is what we're seeing up at the top there. There's having some kind of big list of all of them, which is kind of like when you have a bunch of subreddits you're subscribed to. And we were talking about, like, I don't know, would it make sense to like stick them all in the drawer over here where you could scroll and get to them? I don't know. We got to think about that. And then the third one is what I call multi-feed, which would be essentially some kind of feed that actually joins together multiple different algorithms and like shows you 5 posts from one and then 5 posts from another, and gives you a way to kind of jump directly into one of the feeds. So, so like lists are going to kind of get kind of merged in as almost like a simple version of an algorithm. So once we actually get the not just mute list style thing, but the kind of positive version of a list, that a list will function kind of get merged into this custom feeds behavior in a way. All right. Cool. What else did we notice here? So, here's Bob's thing. I'm going to do a pass on the UI. Clean things up a little bit. Spacing needs a little bit of love. Okay. And then I need to see what we got for the creation flow. We may actually not have an in-app creation flow yet. Oh, look at that. Cool. Okay, so he got us all the way to the point where there's an interface for arranging the pinned feeds, which is cool. And I'm guessing that's draggable. Let's add another feed here so we can see what that looks like. So we know that I'm gonna hit save there. That was a little jumpy. Save button is a little jumpy. Spacing there needs a little love. Alright, and go back to the settings, go over to custom algorithms, gonna pin this boy over here. Oh, I see, okay, so that's what it's supposed to be. And then I'm guessing, can I drag you? Oh, whoa, interesting. Okay, huh, curious what tool you use for that. Cool, okay. So if I put Bob's feed, and it's interesting that feed name and Bob's feed are different. And then if I go back home, we can see, there we go. And then this will make it a little easier. Okay. Automatically load posts if it's empty. Happens on first add. And now you can, okay, interesting, it's doing that on. All right, so that's just kind of being weird. But yeah, now you can see how the that tab bar, we got to figure out a way to make that indicator work right. There's Herculean work that Odge did there to even get it to the point that it is. So we just got to figure out how to make that jibe. All right. I think you have a list page and have pin ones on the side. Yeah. I think so. That's probably going to be the biggest decision point that we have to come to throughout all this. A lot of this stuff is just like, okay, clean up tasks, but the interesting one is going to be deciding where saved feeds go if they're not pinned. That's the one that's going to take a little bit of thought, and I don't know. I mean, there's definitely, before we do anything, we're going to merge in main into this so that like the moderation thing shows up there, so that we're actually kind of reacting to the current state of the UX. And then I feel like it wouldn't be crazy to have like a curation section if we're doing a moderation section, or just like a feeds section. Like we could, maybe the way we do this is we just take the custom algorithms thing and we just make this its own top item in the drawer, so you can jump straight in here. I feel like that might be a good idea in general. Okay, you were being weird, but then I still feel like it would be nice if this drawer were scrollable and just like listed all the feeds, so you could like quickly jump to them without having to pin them. The other thing we could do is like a button up at the top right that you could press that shows the list. That might not be crazy either. Okay, so we got some work. We got some work to do. So, let's kick into it. Let's first head over to the social app. And let's do the thing that I really don't like doing, which is merging. All right, a couple of conflicts. Yeah, I think the top right button, that's going to be the move. All right, so what do we got? Settings, Merge conflict and settings. I'm going to just leave this randomly floating until we get a chance to take a pass at that. What else we got? Merge conflict and profile. Not surprised about that. Yeah, we want both. And then down here we got a fat one and this one. Okay. Okay. I'll take that piece out of it, and then I'm going to accept the incoming change, and then I'm going to do this. Okay, I think that should solve that. Okay, so that's profile, and now we're on to profile.ts. So this is the data model. I think we want both. We want both. We want both. We want both. We sort of want both. We're going to accept both, but then we're going to take this and move it right here, and then we're going to take this and move it right there. Okay, so really a lot of these conflicts come from the fact that the moderation work with the lists was done in parallel to the to the algorithm work. So we're merging together that work. Routes.ts. So we're going to accept both here, but then blocked accounts is no longer a thing, and muted accounts is no longer a thing. Okay. Then I'm going to actually take you, move you up to here, and then these guys will probably, these two may move. They may move. Okay, and then that takes us to routes types, similar thing. Lib, routes types, and yeah, same thing, except both changes, but then these two are up there now. Save feeds, yep, and we're going to move custom feeds to be co-located with the ones that roll that way. Okay, navigation.tsx, let's get into that. And we want both. And we want, let's see, yeah, you two are gone. Okay. Okay, I think that should do it. Why aren't you letting me refresh? Alright, we gotta do a full rebuild. Yeah, the VS Code interface, you know, is fine, but I definitely like having that inline, accept both, accept incoming, accept current. That's real nice, but I don't use the full merge editor, which it's trying to prompt me to do down here. Don't really like going that far in. that. That's new. Let's do this. Now we need to go back to this is killing me. Okay, now let's try it again. I think that after we did that merge, there were some dependencies that are native modules that needed to get rebuilt. What is happening here? Okay. We're nuking it. We're going from scratch. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is related to the image dependency PR that somebody made. But I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's pulled in, so... Yeah, and I'm working off of main. Working off the latest main. So I'm not sure why... Yeah, the Expo image issue. Not sure why we're seeing it now, but because I'm pretty sure I pulled latest on main after that got merged, and then merged that into the. Let's take a look at the package JSON real quick. 1, 2, 3. Pretty sure that's the right depth. So don't know. Something maybe in the lock file got screwy, but we're just going for taking it from the top. Hopefully that'll fix this up. Cool. Appreciate the contribution, man. For the people on the stream that are not coders, this is often referred to as yak shaving. What is my Xcode version? I think I'm latest. Went through an update not too long ago. But we'll see. If this doesn't do it, then I'll dig into that. Yeah, yak shaving. I don't know where that came from, actually. Some ancient Linux-ish vibe to it, but yeah, it's whenever you're stuck dealing with problems with your build environment or your coding environment, having to fight the dependency installation, stuff like that, you call that yak shaving. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a drink. Yeah, this is a pretty fat dependency tree in the node modules. I've had pretty chunky projects before. This one's pretty chunky. We're talking like, you know, targeting 3 different platforms like this is wild. I've never had a project that was this much kind of this big of a challenge. But as always, I got a shout out to Expo and React Native for the degree to which they've made this possible. Their tooling is just, without it, this wouldn't be happening. We're close. Gonna install those Cocoa Pods. Okay, now we copy over our and here we go. Nobody breathe. Yeah. This is gonna be a really boring stream if I end up having to debug this. Let's get some music going. Live stream of hot posts. We could do that. Coined by Carlin Veery from the Ren and Stimpy show. The segment featured Yak Shaving Day, Christmas-like holiday where they watch for a shaven yak to float by in his enchanted canoe. Is that really where yak shaving came from? That can't be right. That can't be where yak shaving comes from. Come on. Come on. Oh, I think we did it. Hey, we did it. No! Oh, what is this? What are we missing? Oh, what is this? Interesting, huh? All right. Let's take a look here. So I'm wondering if we are behind on our Xcode version. Restart the Metro cache. What is the Metro cache? Do you know the Metro cache clean command off the top of your head? I think actually that might just be -- clear cache. No. Reset cache. Is it off of Expo Build or Expo Run? I can't remember. Start, that's what I was looking for. I ain't liking that. Okay, so that seemed to have cleared the cache. Let's try again. Looks like it's actually -C. Cool. Out-of-date cache would make sense for this because it's not a native build problem. It's clearly something to do with the bundling. It is a good song. Let's do a little Google magic, huh? Similar, what do they got? There's no file nor module named Renal. Wonder if we did something funky in the merge. Oh, this is gonna be a nightmare. Oh boy, pray for me on this one. So the package JSON looks right. Pretty sure you didn't see Skeet in there. Oh gosh, sorry. Forget I'm on stream sometimes. Just being real. Oh, Mandy. Like, if it wasn't a problem in the package JSON, then what on earth could have gone wrong here? Progress bar would be nice. That ain't gonna help us here. Resolve asset source. It's trying to import. Resolve. I wonder if I'm on like wrong version of React Native for that dependency update. I'm not in the main branch, but I merged main into what I'm working on here. I just did a deletion of iOS and Android and then ran Expo pre-build to regenerate them. So that's essentially the same thing in the Expo environment. 071.8. We're on 0.7. Doesn't look like that's going to be relevant. This is definitely something in the JavaScript side. It's something in Expo image. Let's take a look and see if there's anything in the Expo issue tracker. We could. Don't have to do that quite yet. Yeah, so this is that issue. Nobody else running into that? Oh, okay, wait a minute. No. Okay, so nobody else is running into this. Are we sure that we cleared the cache earlier? Yeah, we did clear the cache earlier. I'm looking at the custom feeds one, but this started once I moved over to, like, merged main into, no, I don't want to use Expo Go. Let's see what happens if first of all, I'm going to close that, and I'm going to run pre-build again, but I'm not going to copy over our updated API package. Currently listening to my Happy House playlist, which I don't think, yeah. So, Dirty South and Thomas Gold is the current track. There's some Tiesto, some Feed Me. Happy House is like Cascade. Do you ever listen to Cascade? It's like kind of like kind of shallow poppy house music that isn't going to win any awards, but it makes you happy. Oh, I can't believe we're getting this jammed up. All right, that didn't solve it. Unable to resolve image resolve. Let's go spelunking in node modules real quick. If we could at least get a sense of, like, where this is going awry. First of all, I'm going to start by taking a look at the Expo image package and seeing that we're actually running the right one. Which Expo is that underneath? No, Expo dash image. Alright, and that is the 123. Okay. Now that is in build utils. Resolve asset source .js. So this is the DTS. Here's the .js. So there's that. Here's our problem line right here. It's unhappy about this. So let's drop on down to React Native. And libraries. Image. Resolve asset source. Huh. Alright then, let's try main. Let's see if the problem's happening there. Glad to help you out, Ray. What on earth? Could try the web build next. Red Bull sugar-free. $14.3. Doesn't look like there are any Xcode updates I'm behind on. Okay, so this is happening to me on main. So, God, it wasn't earlier. So something got hosed. Let's try one more clean build here. Nuking Android, we're nuking iOS, we're nuking yarn.lock, we're nuking node modules. Is it better to say that we have @proto accounts rather than Bluesky accounts? That's a question that has to do with question at the heart of that is how people broadly understand things. Because what you're asking is, I might have to revert Expo image to 1.2.1. You're right that you can log in. Okay, there's a couple things. For one, the app protocol is a fairly generic system that can support multiple different kinds of applications. We have not yet got it into the point where you can start to build other applications on it. We've actually locked it down to, or at least the server implementation, to only use the Bluesky schemas. That's because it actually is going to take a fair amount of work to kind of get to the point where all of the details and the nuances behind supporting other schemas really works well. And so we're going to progressively loosen that up as we are able to get into that. And there are interesting questions like, how do you have the behaviors working correctly, things like notifications getting triggered, the ability to run the kind of queries that are needed to support applications, so on and so forth. You also have management questions like, how do you track data usage by a given application and make sure that like the PDS isn't getting overloaded by overly permissive schemas and so on and so forth. So there's a little bit of work that has to get done around that. What we have not yet figured out is to the degree to which the multiple applications will co-locate. It would be really nice if you just take your account that is for like Bluesky and have, well, let's call it InstaSky, be able to just kind of like merge together with the two, so it's just one account. But it's still an open question about how well that will work. And so the answer is it either will or it won't. If it does work, then you really are right to be kind of like talking about it as an app protocol account, not a Bluesky account. And then from there, the last question we have to answer is how best to communicate that to people. You can't blast people with a lot of different brand names. You have to be kind of specific about it. So at some point, we'll have to introduce some kind of term for what you call the account. App protocol account, like the average person, their brain turns the hell off as soon as you say that. So you have to kind of find the right way to frame that to folks so they understand that it's like an account that they had through multiple applications. So that's what that is. Until we ship a logo, continue to use the at as a, yeah, around on Bluesky around the app protocol. So the at symbol really is the icon for the app protocol. If you go to the app protocol website, you'll see it. Okay. So we're on main. We've just nuked all that stuff. Now I'm going to run expo start-c to nuke the bundle the metro cache. Now that's done. I'm going to run pre-build. The Bluesky app name could be changed in the future. It's entirely possible. We talked quite a bit about it when we were, first deciding to build it, and ended up deciding to stick with Bluesky because that's what people knew. The other name that I was pushing for a while was Vibe Social, but there was already a Vibe Social. What was the lore behind Bluesky? That we inherited that name. That was the name that was chosen by Dorsey on Twitter back when they first announced the project as a community effort. And then once the project formalized into our once it kind of formalized into our organization, we became Bluesky PB LLC. And actually, that's why we chose to name the application Bluesky, not the protocol, because we didn't want our company to be too strongly bound to that brand name. We want to make it so that it can exist in a broader sense, and we felt like it would slow down adoption of the protocol if it was called the Bluesky protocol. I actually get to claim credit for calling it the protocol. That was me. Right. And to explain the choice of the Bluesky name by Jack and Twitter, Bluesky is actually a pre-existing term. It's one that you use whenever you're trying to work on a project that's like kind of thinking big, and if this thing works, I'm gonna, yeah, okay. Okay, but that's a different bug. That's a different stack dump. Something is really screwed up. I might have to do a fresh clone. Yeah, progress. Well, it certainly gave us new information. Huh. Yeah, I gotta do a fresh build. I'm really sorry that this is happening. I mean, there is something weird here, right? Like, it's not hooking in the way that it should. And then it just crashed. Cool. This is so bizarre. I gotta do a fresh clone. This is killing me. Hi, Jim. Welcome. Unfortunately, you've caught a really boring stream because we have gotten caught in dependency hell. Not stoked on it. Where is the bundler running? Oh my gosh, am I running the bundler somewhere else? Oh my gosh. Hold on. No way. Hold on, if this solves it. I had another instance of the bundler running. I'd forgotten that I had, because I created a new terminal window that was going to be cleaned for the stream, and I'm guessing that it was holding on to some file handles and or taking conflicting actions, whatever it would be. That would explain a whole lot, actually, because what that means is that, oh, you know what I bet it was? Because this thing was not connecting. The simulator was probably connecting to the other bundler. Yeah, there it goes. That was it. Oh my gosh. That explained a whole lot. Go team, well done. That's really funny. That's exactly what was happening. So the old bundler instance was still in memory. Yeah. Oh gosh, that was dumb. Okay, so custom algos. What emotions did I feel when Jake Tapper said skeeting live on air for the first time? It was one of the best days of my life. It was pretty good. So officially they are posts, and I just want y'all to know that it has been very hard for me to maintain the never saying skeet. It is as a shit poster, I've had to sit there and watch that ball fly by the whole time. It's pretty tragic. Yeah, I well aware of that. There's not much fighting it. Actually, this is the thing that I point to anytime somebody's like, "Can't you control your users?" And I'm like, "The fuck you think I could control this shit?" Okay, so we're still gonna need to do a rebuild. I have absolutely no problem with everybody calling it that, but we can't officially bless that, right? Like, we need a little distance from it. Oh, actually, I see what's going on. There's actually a dependency I need to install. Okay. Y'all know, it's all in good fun. It's totally great, but I know for sure at some point when we start going more mainstream, there's gonna be a whole like 2 press cycles about that fucking word. Yeah, third-party apps can do whatever they want. If you want to call them skeets and third-party apps, then knock yourselves out. It be like that. Oh, it was awesome. No, Evan, I mean, like, I felt like it was the crowning, like, as a shit poster, getting an anchor to say skeet on national television. I mean, what more could you ask for? It's climb to the top of the mountain on that one, you know. Probably peaked as a person with that. Okay. The other thing that I would say in relation to all this. Okay, yeah, we're getting there. Oh, we need to make sure we get the titles. The only thing I would say about all this is that's kind of in the same realm is my parents are a little more conservative than I am, to say the least. And my dad, every once in a while, he's a little more okay with a little bit of spiciness, is every once in a while, it's like, when can I get on the app? And not yet, Dad. Not yet. Though, I gotta be honest, he will be a funny addition to the whole situation. I know that for sure. Okay, Anch is heading out. Anch, if you're watching, nah, I'm good. That would be a pretty great live stream, bringing my dad on the app and answering his questions. Great for y'all, not so great for me. A lot of stuff I'd have to explain. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, I need to update the dependency. Right here. Oh, you really gotta be like this. We're almost there. We have almost shaved the yak. Right, it would have to be some kind of charity, you know, watch Paul have to explain adult things to his dad for charity. What am I actually trying to do right now? So, all right, here's a recap for everybody that that is just coming in. We began reviewing. We're working on the custom algorithms PR that Anch has been. No, I got you. It's just funny. We've been working on starting the review of the custom algorithms PR that Anch has brought in. And then I needed to merge the most recent updates to the application into his branch. I went through the merge conflicts and got them all fixed up, but then suddenly our build completely fell apart. And it turns out, yeah, we would not go into the health thread. It turned out that it was because I had another instance of the bundler running that was conflicting and causing problems. So, we have now cleared out that problem. Yak shaving complete, and we have also merged the latest into this branch. So one task complete. So I'm just gonna kind of work my way through these tasks that I've identified here one by one and not worry too much about how I structure it, just kind of as I'm feeling it. And so the first thing is, I think we do need to be using a different AVI control for these things, and not the user avatar one. It's either that we add a parameter, or we create a completely different control. Somebody suggested we go square AVIs on the feeds, and I think that actually is a good idea. I think it would be good to visually distinguish them. Wait, you can scroll the health thread. Yeah, on web it works. It completely destroys the mobile application. Okay. So, close the others. User avatar.tsx. Oh, social app 2 needs to go away. I do not want to have to deal with that. Here we go, don't press the wrong button. Okay. Alright, that's gone. Not, yeah, okay. Give the Avi a nipple. Yeah, you're a nipfluencer over there. Okay, so we kind of, I don't think we actually do want to use a different, do we want to use a different component? I don't think we do actually, and the reason we don't want to, I think, is that there's a lot of behaviors here that we want to maintain. Gem, that's a pretty big change. So just be aware that I don't know for sure if I'll be able to accept it. But I'm open to it. All right. So I think we're going to add a parameter here. And I think the parameter that we're going to add is not whether or not it's square. I think the parameter that we're going to add is what type of avatar it is. Because we actually want to change both the default fallback avatar as well as the rounding. So let's go. So we're going to add a type field. Now then, border radius. We set that at various spots to that. And we do it there. Of course we do. Okay. Okay. So we're going to start by... That's interesting. Is that getting used anywhere? Avatar image. It's not. Okay. Old style. All right, so now we're gonna do this. Type style. And then over here, I want to update you. Okay, so we've introduced the idea of a type parameter on the user avatar component. Now, I want to find it's actually used in a number of places. I want to find all the places where it's used for algorithms. This would be one of them. And I want to change that to type algo. Yeah, where else does that get used? Algo item for sure. Probably want to do the same thing for mute lists at some point, but we'll get to that another day. This one, not so much. Feeds tab bar, not so much. Custom feed, yes. Saved feeds, yes. Okay. So now that that's done, we need to cook up a new default fallback SVG here. So I'm thinking, first of all, we're gonna make actually I think it's rectangle. Let's see if I could pull off making this SVG by hand. Does Rect have the capacity to do rounded corners? I don't know if it does. Okay, we're not going to do this by hand. We're going to do a little icon design. Let's see real quick if I'm logged into Figma over here. Okay, Una Momentum. Nope, you stay there. I'll move you over here. No, that's not going to work. Okay. If that's not going to work, what if I pop this out into a new tab? Okay, I'm comfortable with this. Okay, I actually need to get out of dark mode if I'm going to do this. Interesting. Why is the canvas dark? Oh, that's why. All right, so we're going to want to rect square rectum. Nearly killed him. All right, and we're going to give this a radius, border radius of 8, I think. Oop, come here. All right, that's actually a little aggressive. Let's take it down to 4. Let's try 2. Okay. And then we want our fill color to be the same. All right. And then I think what we're going to do is stick inside of that a feed looking thing. Maybe something like why you fight me? You don't want me to do that, do you? If I delete that point, it just dies. I'm trying to create a hard edge over here. Okay, I don't need to do it this way. I can do it this way, I think. Can I break this out into individual corners? No. Why are you fighting me? Okay then. Be like that. Actually, I don't even want to stroke on that. I want it to fill. Okay, made it. Now, we don't yet know if this idea works at all. And there's a simple way to find out. We're going to group that selection. We're going to export as an SVG. Okay, and then over here, I'm going to have to hide my screen for a moment. Be right back, y'all. Okay, we're back. Okay, so in summary, that looks silly and bad. Okay. I'm going to take this down to the more natural size so I can actually evaluate what this looks like. Okay. Now, the spacing is obviously part of the problem here, but I think the concept might be off in general. Like, what I'm doing right now is just trying to, you know, see what it looks like in its target space and wrap my head around where I think I need to go next. But yeah, I think the concept is off. It might work to do a speech bubble. Actually, I think that purchase by Adobe got blocked. I don't know for sure, but I seem to recall hearing that it might be. What is happening? Stop that. Let's take that up to 4. Let's take this rectangle and put it there. And then let's try this. Not pen. Okay. Now, it can still use some work, but let's take a look at what that looks like. Got mixed feelings about that concept too. Went with the custom hand icon just because I needed to get the styling to match. That's nice of you to suggest there, Jetpack, but that assumes that I would be better that way, and that is not the case. Filter shape. Yeah, I don't know if that's the right shape. Let's stick around for some inspiration here. Fair enough. Oh, a hashtag wouldn't be crazy. Sparkles wouldn't be crazy, actually. I don't hate sparkles. The hashtag is close, but I don't know if we want to assign that purpose yet. Might communicate the wrong thing. What is that called? Hero icons. The satellite dish. That's not crazy. Let's see how the sparkles look. Okay, so the positioning is way off. Well, we can't evaluate it without fixing that. I'm not sure I'm gonna love that. Alright, let's try satellite dish. Here we go. Okay, so they use 512 by 512, which is a much larger view box. Actually, you know what would be smarter? If we copy this, go over to Figma, paste it there. It's a big boy. We're trying to come up with the icon, the default sort of icon for feeds. I can't say that I'm in love with this, but it's probably the best one. This is actually free tier. I don't want to get too locked up in this, so I think we're going to roll with this. Oh, I see the problem. Okay. Gosh, I'm not in love with that. The size, the positioning is off for sure. It needs to be a little smaller inside of it. Let's just fix that. It looks a lot like an RSS. I mean, I'm not... I can't let this be what we spend all of our time on, so I'm gonna have to just choose something and move on. But this is gonna... I'm gonna come back to this. I mean, it is pretty close to RSS. Nah, Signal doesn't work. All right, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll move on from here. BRB. Okay. So let's see how else this has integrated in to the interface here. Yeah, okay. All right. Let's rock and roll with that for now. Oh, and guess what time it is? We've done commits. Time to do the commit bump. Whew. All right. So square, new fallback. Let's see what's going on with that. So like, why isn't there something there? You know, we'll debug that, I think, a little later. We'll debug that whenever we get into actually editing deets on that thing. And in fact, why don't we get into that? So we have... Let's figure out what that bug is. It's happening inside of what? So we're not setting a key prop. It's probably in profile.psx. Algo item. Needs to have a key on it, I guess. Who needs it? Oh, no, it's the React key stuff. Okay. So in the algo item model. Let's do a quick pass. Let's do a quick look through of the state layer on this. And wrap our heads around all the changes here. So here are the navigation updates, new dependency. There was minor tweak there, routing. So here's one of our new models. And so we have the actor algorithm model, and that's basically, I believe, what we use to see leftover log there. Let's get that out real quick. This is probably what gives us the listing of algorithms by a user, so I'm guessing inside the profile, yeah, that's where that gets done. So this is just a list of those. Does it handle pagination correctly? Yeah, it's load more. Cursor, yeah, okay, so that's all good, no challenges there. Next we have the algo item. An algo item is... Where does algo item actually get used? Here. Okay, normally I don't split out the item inside of a list. And actually, we have a different place for this stuff. So, actor feeds. So actor feeds probably need to be placed somewhere else. Now, real quick, where all does this get used? It's used in actor feeds, and then it's used variously elsewhere. Okay, so we actually... That's why you probably separated it out. I'm going to move this over to lists. And then I'm going to move this over to UI, because saved feeds, we're going to rename it saved feeds. And then that's going to go under UI. And then algo item. this something else. I think we're going to call this the active feed model. Nah, we're going to call it the custom. It's calling these actor feeds here and saved feeds here. So we're going to call this the actor feed model. We're going to call it the active feed model. No, we're going to call it the custom feed. And we're going to add to this React key. Okay, and with that out of the way, now whenever I go to this view, okay, that's still complaining. So let's find out why that is. Why did adding that not change that? It doesn't like that I'm logging that. Damn. Okay. Oh, okay, so that did fix it. I don't know why I was complaining before. Okay. Alrighty, that is that.
Citizen.
All right. So now that we've done that, let's take another look at this PR. So the custom feed model right here has a couple of utilities that are a couple of things that are actually a little off here. Like this is wrong. This is okay, but not 100%. This is okay. I need to. No, actually, that's actually wrong right there. Unfortunately, there's a couple of minor problems here. Let's see. The post model added the custom right there. This all looks right. Yep. Okay, so that's good. Active feeds. This one is fine. Added the saved feeds model. That looks fine-ish. Saved feeds. Okay. Which is just trying to save the pinned stuff. Yeah, we gotta get into that being synced. Okay, we'll come back to you. So saved feeds is getting hydrated, it's getting refreshed here. We may need to add some polling, some periodic polling on saved feeds. The profile update I think is right. That's a little wonky to have that added there. Let's look into that usage. Doesn't even look like it's being used. No, it's not. So that can go. Okay. And then the saved feeds. So we have to kind of run this balance of what we save to local state versus what we do in sort of the public or the server side state. Right now we're currently saving the pinned items in local storage. But once we have that fully mapped out, then we'll be moving that to the server side. Okay, this all looks by and large fine. I'll have to dig into that. Okay, so that's the state layer done. And then we just have a bunch of items here, like the algo item, which I believe is actually... Let's take a look at where that's getting used. Okay, so this is actually getting used quite often. It's being used when it's embedded here. It's being used for the saved feed item. It's not right. Which is probably getting used in the settings, and it's also getting used in the listing here. And so this is doing a lot of heavy lifting. The algos, I'm going to rename this as well to custom feed. And then I'm going to rename you. Okay, and this hook is interesting. We'll come back to this hook later. That ain't right. That's temporary, so we need to fix that. This is some leftover. I think he's just testing the long description there, but it shouldn't be looking like that. Alright, and then we have that changed there. Fine. And then the indicator stuff, pain in the butt. We have the actual feed, yeah, which adds the header. Makes sense. We have the changes that we've done to the avatars. We've got the update to the embed, that's fine, and then we have the actual screens. Okay. Okay. I don't think this is getting used anymore. Right there, what are you bitching about? No, for the local server. It's Hunter 2. But the when you restart the dev environment, it drops everything out of memory, meaning it's a totally different account, and you have to sign back in. That's why that is. Okay. So it definitely looks like use custom feed is not actually being used anywhere. No, it is. So why didn't finding looking for the references work? Okay, there it is. Okay, so I'm going to move this into the hooks folder. Just to maintain our general structure of things. Okay.
Citizen.
Okay, grab a drink. Okay, so, it looks like right now there's actually no flow for controlling or modifying the details of a feed that you create. Which, cheers. Which sort of actually makes sense because right now you're something that a programmer does. Let's take a quick look then. Cancel, keep you, close the others. Let's take a quick look at unifying some of the naming stuff here. Because sometimes we call something like basically the display name is missing on Bob's feed. Sometimes we're calling it Bob's feed and like generating that name. Sometimes we're falling back to feed name, which is a little weird. So the first question I have on that is, what does the lexicon say about not having a name on that? Is that actually allowed? And let's see. So there's probably get actor feeds, produces a feed def generator view. Okay. Generator view. Display name is a string. It's not required. We don't require a name on these things. Okay, that's interesting. Kind of think it ought to be required, to be honest. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna rework the layout on the feed listing here. And so that's custom feed. And not you. It's this custom feed. Is that not the one that we use for this? We're not refreshing. What's going on? There. Goodness. Hey, Mike. Good to see you. Code's treating me decently well. It's fighting me a little bit here and there. Okay, so that's going to go there. And then we're going to move the button for saving and unsaving to the right side. Why is that misaligned? The button, for some reason, doesn't seem to be spaced properly. Maybe that's because it needs to be in a view. There it goes. We're gonna have any tag types type in the user come up, aren't the accounts we follow? Is that gonna change? Yeah, it's pretty awful right now, the autocomplete ordering and all that. I apologize for that. Okay. So I think moving that button over to the right like that and moving the description below is the right call. I think 5 lines is maybe a little more than we ought to put. I'm going to take that down to 3. Then I think underneath the feed name, we ought to put a text link. Not a text link. We're going to just put a text, and that's going to be the creator.handle. Okay. Me too, Mike. Okay, and then I'm inclined to think that the padding in this situation is wrong in this context. Now, the default padding appears to be 1820. So we're going to find all the references here. And then it's in the embed that this is getting used. Yes, right here. Okay, so style next. All right, and we're going to do this to be custom feed outer. Okay. And we're going to set that to be similar. We're also going to do padding horizontal 14, padding vertical 12. Okay, so that's a little more compact. It feels better to me. Don't know if I actually want the padding horizontal to be more. Yeah, I think that's actually right. Okay, so that's starting to feel a little better. I'm sort of inclined not to include the likes on this view. These commits are not going into the live app as we've talked now. Now then, custom feed, there's this parameter here, show bottom, which, okay. I'm going to rename that to show likes. She did the thing that I don't want us to do. You exported default. You broke style, bruh. Ugh, that's a pain in the ass to change, so I'm going to leave it, but that's... I'm going to maintain style, man. No, you know what? I'm not leaving that. That's not how we do this. Okay. So that's interesting. Show bottom is false in that situation. Hmm. Okay, so you actually shouldn't be showing likes. This one, I think, should actually. Do we want to show the likes? Well, it would make sense, but how can we make that work? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I prefer the explicit exports, but on top of that, I don't like mixing. It's Expo. We're using React Native navigation. So we can't give it the pink color on that heart because that suggests that you've liked it. Unless that's actually paying attention to that, but I don't think it is. No, it's just setting it to... Do we have that knowledge? Let's see, data, generator view, viewer, like, we do actually have that information, so we can actually set that color correctly. Bottom container. That's gone now. Okay, the gap is a little high. Okay. And then... we're gonna do it like... Got that reversed. You can pull that stroke width. Okay, starting to tighten up for sure. Yeah, I hope you enjoy the test data there, Chris. Those were all, these are all my, my take on what kind of posts you can expect in the real world. Will users try to click it when it's empty like that? I wonder if we should be showing the heart at all. Because I agree, that is a little confusing. See you, Phil. No doubt about that. Clearly not enough butts. I think this might be the move right here. Don't put the heart in there and just kind of give the stat. Yeah, no, because like I would expect to be able to press it. It's a little bit free floating. The 0 likes there, 3 likes. No, that didn't add clarity. It's hard to evaluate some of this visual stuff with the avatar missing on one of those things. Moved it to the right. Yeah, I don't know if that would save us. Let's leave it with this. Liked by blank users. I don't dislike that. Let's see what our updates have done in the listing views. Seems right. Okay. The pinned icon needs a little love, but yeah, this is starting to feel a little cleaner to me. Do I experience pitfalls while rendering components with variable height and flat list? I do. All the time, in fact. Different color. I'm gonna just leave it for the moment, and then we'll kind of keep reevaluating. Before we do that, I'm going to
Citizen.
Alright, let's check in on that dark mode situation, because this was one of the things that was acting up. What's going on there, right? Huh. Where's that border coming from? Oh, that's where. Couldn't go without it, right? Okay, so I'm guessing without that, then it doesn't have one here. Oh, I've missed releasing some items there. Okay. That cleans that up. A wall there, though. In fact, there's a couple of problems there, so we'll have to come back to that.
Citizen.
Any ideas what the health thread overflow fix will entail? Not 100% sure what it'll require, to be honest. We're going to have to... I have generally an idea about what needs to be done to fix that, but not a specific idea. Alright, back to the to-do list here. This isn't a possibility at this stage. Let's dig into this default display name on this. And if there's not one, what could we give? What's required? Only the DID of the provider in the creation time. Doesn't make this easy. Yeah. You know, in my defense on that, React Native has a bizarrely small stack limit. I had no reason to believe that I was going to be overflowing the stack. But they've, for whatever reason, decided to make the recursion limit really, really tight. Feed name obviously ain't gonna cut it. Honestly, the display name really ought to be required. Like, what else? It needs to be able to show in the UI. need a refresh. Come on. There. Alright, a little cramped. That's not a lot of characters. I don't know if in this view we can show both the avatar of this thing and the save button in one row. It's possible in this context. But embedded like that without having the full width of the screen, that's just not a lot of characters. I mean, like, we're not even using that many right now. I guess I'm kind of okay with that, with it wrapping. What's a realistic name? Like, it's a little cramped on the right edge. Just simply make the phone wider. Obviously. I wonder if we get away from, like, we could use an icon representation. We also, it may not be necessary to show the save button in this interface here. Like, we could easily drop the save button whenever it's getting posted as an embed card here, and then let the people save it here. That feels actually like the move. People keep asking. This is a Red Dragon K556. It's one of the less clickety keyboards. Or switch types. I don't remember what color it is. I'm thinking we drop the save button. Yeah, we could switch it over to just like an icon in this context. That's what I'm thinking. Like, you probably want to look at the thing first. So I'm thinking for now we just drop the save button in this view. So yeah, I think that's our guy. And then we could show it here. Cool. Okay.
Citizen.
Okay, so with that done now, the other thing I need to do is look around at the display name stuff. I gotta get into this as well. What is up with that? That shouldn't be right. Do we want to minimize that? I think I need to minimize that. Alright. Okay. Let's commit that.
Citizen.
What am I doing to manage responsiveness? Flexbox. There's no like there's not a ton of like what you would consider responsive design. React Native does not make responsive like media queries super easy. Okay, let's look into why we're not seeing that avatar. Oh shoot, I forgot to save. Oh, that's alright. Alright, what's going on with that avatar? So I'm going to go over to, I'm going to close everything here, and I'm going to go to the user avatar. And if the type is algo, you need to show type. If type is algo, avatar. Okay, so, oh my god, that's not good. What is that? That's not good. Is this just re-rendering endlessly? Oh my gosh, what is causing that? Yeah. Holy shit. Okay, well, we'll come back to that in a little bit, I guess. That's what's probably wrong there. Where's PDS? Somebody broke my shit. I'm guessing that means that all of this is broken. Yeah, okay, so somebody broke the dev environment. Having. Okay. So we'll have to come back to that re-render bug. No, don't save. Okay. Let's get into this. Yeah, so this got rewritten recently. I'm not super surprised that this would have gotten missed. Okay, I fixed that. Okay. Oh, I need to change the target. All right. All right, so that's fixed. This makes this a little easier. Okay. So now we can realistically get into this. I guess we should get into that re-render bug. Okay. What would be causing that? Well, there's a couple of issues I am already aware of in the state layer, so let's kind of get into those. So like this right here. I gotta look into that. Not sure what's causing the re-render. So this should just be URI if we're doing this. This should, oh good, cool. This should not be happening at all. So what's using this? Okay. This is in the saved feeds model. Okay. Private should not be used in MobX because it causes MobX not to be aware of the methods when you use the automatic. Oh, didn't want that. When you use the make auto observable, so you need it to be public. And toggle liked. That probably shouldn't be done that way either. I'm gonna do this. Okay, so that's gonna fix those. Alright. MobX is okay. I somewhat regret it. I wish I had used React Query. It was a misstep, in my opinion. Is this necessary? I think you can do... Yeah. got sugar for that, baby. Alright, and then we also need to increment, so okay, so that's cleaned up the like method a bit. Okay, so that cleans up those boys a little bit, and that should mean that we no longer need toggle liked, I'm pretty sure. It's out, and increment like should also be removed, and decrement like should be removed. Okay. Rewrite data. Is that getting used? It's getting used. I don't think we need that. I think we'd be better off just doing this. Okay. All right. So that's cleaned up a smidge. Let's take a quick look at some of this stuff here. For instance, let's get view being used by. I don't think that's getting used. Yeah, that's not getting used, so that can go. Is check is valid getting used? Doesn't seem to be. That check is online. Doesn't look like it is. Okay, how about reload? That's getting used. It's getting used on focus. And there's some concerns there. Okay, we'll come back to that. I bet that has to do with... Yeah, well, we'll come back to that. Okay. This is a little cleaner now. Let's take a look at some of the other models real quick. Actually, before we do anything else, let's take a look at how this performs. Okay, interesting. All right. So if I go over here, I can like and unlike, I can save. And it appears to be working. Okay, so that's good. So let's do a commit. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, I'm coming back to you.
Citizen.
Alright, so now that we've cleaned that up, that gives us a little bit of a baseline. Let's look into why we're getting this re-render bug. There's clearly some state that is just triggering in a loop. We saw that in the user avatar bit. So if I just do a console.log, yep, it seems to be endlessly calling. It'd be good to isolate what element is causing that. So I'm going to try this. Okay. So it looks like it has to do with the embed, and I have a strong theory about why that might be. Because it doesn't happen here, right? That's the same component, but it does seem to be happening here. And I'm willing to bet that it's, okay, so let's get rid of that so we're not logging it. And then I noticed that we were doing something a little interesting on the render, which is util post embeds index, creating a new custom feed model there. Let's real quick just move that out into a memo. Okay. So that pulled it out. That fixed our problem. Let's get back over here. That didn't fix our problem. Huh. Let's see what happens if we don't render. I'll leave that log, and I'm going to return null. So it's definitely something about the rendering of that embed that's causing this. Let's see if this memo is getting called repeatedly, which would suggest that the record is the thing that's getting created over and over and over. Doesn't look like it. No, so that's not the trigger. Still wanted to do that change, but that's not our problem. So let's take a look inside of here. This shouldn't be here. Okay, that's what it was. Okay. So that was causing that problem. So anybody that wanted to know what was triggering that re-render bug, it looks like what's going on. It was going on there is Anch was looking to refetch some data on as people navigate around, probably thinking along the terms of like making sure that the models are getting reloaded as you move between screens, but use focus effect was calling repeatedly, which in turn caused the item.reload to call repeatedly. Now, I think actually it's possible that the reason that was happening was that use focus effect needs to get wrapped in a use callback. And so then I'm going to go back over here and I'm going to log that avatar. Yeah, that's why that was. We'll come back to this approach to the reload on focus bit. Let's see, where is that getting used? Yeah, so that's getting used here. That is the goal. And I believe the point of that actually was to sync up the saved state so that if you went to the, if you clicked in and tapped save, that it would then update the save state there. But we just removed that button. And that seems to be this seems to be the only context that that's being used on. So I think we can actually just drop that. The other one that we would want to worry about is if I go to this here and I click in, I unsave and I go back. So that will need an updating there. But I think we can handle this through a different approach because this is pretty far down the component tree for handling that. So I'm going to just pull that out. Okay. So that solves that. So to clarify, that was caused not actually by the fact that a focus effect was being used flat out. I can understand the logic for why he was doing that, and it wasn't necessarily the wrong call. Though I think there's another way we could do it. I think that was the problem with that really was that when you use focus effect unintuitively, you actually need to wrap that inside of a callback so that the callback that's getting passed in doesn't get continuously redefined. Okay. We are, in fact, making progress. It's slow going, but we're getting there. Let's dig into this aspect here. We pulled it out, Ben, so... okay, so there's a couple of things here. Generally, the layout, I want to do a pass on. Passing hooks into hooks is very weird. Yeah, it's an unusual quirk of how that particular hook works. Yeah, so a couple things to tune up on this view. We need to figure out why the avatar isn't rendering there. But I think there's just a couple of changes to how this is laid out that I would like to take a swing at. I've got mixed feelings about centering it. Having save and the like button centered is, I don't mind it terribly, but yeah, I don't know. I think that could be done differently. Um, so I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and then we're going to do a pass on the header there. So I'll be right back. All right. So, a couple things here. Part of what's happening is, or part of the kind of trick that we have to figure out, the display name up at the top like that isn't necessarily the wrong call. Called the fuck out. Yeah, there's a couple of things that I feel like we want to get done in here. Header rendering. We need to create space for link to show who liked, which is actually a different element than that. The title of the display name of the feed is being put up at the top, and part of that is kind of anchored in the need to operate off of the back arrow there, which is a challenging element to square here. But I kind of think we actually move everything down. If we look at how a list is rendered, we might want to unify that. So this is how the lists are done. And that gets us into mirroring some of those elements of having, I think we do the same thing, right? Which is that we put the buttons up in the header. We put the other information there. We put the, yeah, I think we copy the work we did there. Okay, so Ekana, when you are looking at the feed in your, like that you've saved it, this is like the preview. When this is what it looks like when it's been saved. But then and now loading that is just totally broken. But whenever we're previewing it like this, we get this kind of header element here. So I think we're going to borrow the work that we did off the mute list. And so to do that, let's take a look at the mute list code. Which actually is not this one. Yeah, I tend to change up the music. Like the algo page would look like the profile page. Yeah. If I had to give up Control C or Control Z, which would it be? Oh my god, I hate that question. I don't even know if I want to play that game. I really hate that question. I reject it. I reject it on its face. All right. So let's get into. We've got the profile list, and with this we've got. I believe it's render header button, which ought to be honestly render. Oh right, okay. We're gonna still pluralize that. Okay, so that's step one. Step two, we're gonna go over to custom feed, and we're gonna rename this to profile custom feed, because it actually kind of lives underneath a profile, so to speak. Yeah. Nobody more excited to tell you they're a Vim user than a Vim user. Alright, we're going to rename this profile custom feed, and then we're going to go into this, and we're going to rename this to profile custom feed. We're going to stick it up here. Okay, and then we're going to go over to navigation and make sure that that's all correct. I kid. Listen, when you figure out how to get out of Vim, you never let anybody forget it. It's a big achievement. Okay, we got that done. Yeah, we don't need that. Okay, so we're gonna go back now to the navigation types. We're gonna drop this whole display name thing from there. We don't need that. Okay, so that's out. Now, there's nothing up there. Now we're going to steal what we did over here, which is the render header buttons bit. And there's two actions that we want: save / unsave, and interesting. Actually, I do still want that. Hey, Core Tool. Thank you. Appreciate that. Well done, Ray. Your medal is in the mail, of course. Purple Heart. We are making progress, actually. We're now working on the view for a custom feed. You didn't nerd anybody? Wow. More than a Purple Heart. That's a medal of, what is it, Valor? No, what is it? What do you call it? Medal of Honor. Yeah, you get the Medal of Honor for that. Ooh, didn't like that. Okay. Aren't you updating your signature? Okay. Making some progress. I don't think there are any hyphens in there. You can't destroy me in any way that matters. All right. So that's the save and unsave button up there. That's good. And then that's correct, Ben. Next up, we want that like button. Very true, Griff. Okay, so now we want to move that like button. And we're going to move that boy right here. And we're going to take away the label. And we're going to jump down here. And we're going to grab this bit. And we're going to set the type to default. And we're going to add on toggle liked. What are you grousing about? Cool. Okay, that didn't work. Hang on. Is liked. That's not good. Okay, there we go. All right. Yeah. Oh, that's a. We've got a new copy pasta. JavaScript plus types. Actually, there's a TS or a ECMAScript proposal for for exactly that, for JavaScript with types. But it's, I don't know where that's at right now. Okay. So now we got them fancy pants buttons up there. Now I'm gonna do what some people refer to as a pro gamer move. And I'm gonna move that component into a callback. and we're gonna shove this down here. Brewski. The Bluesky Brewskis. I like it. Alright, what are you buying, bud? What's your problem? Oh, okay, I need to pass in the devs. Okay. That actually should be... What else am I missing? Store. No. I'm using... Oh, I'm not using store. Okay. Alright. Now that moves that up in there. Makes life a little easier. And then from there... What's going on with that? Why would the avatar not be showing up? Possibly I need to do this. Interesting. Is avatar not populated? What's the problem? Oh, for some reason it's creator avatar. Oh, I see what's going on there. They were trying to, Ansh was trying to show the avatar of the user that created it, not the avatar of the feed. I think actually we do want to show the algorithm's avatar there. Okay. Now let's move that avatar. Let us move the avatar. We are going to move it. Now you may be wondering why I haven't just removed these buttons already, and that's because in the desktop web version we actually will need them, because the desktop web doesn't have these buttons up there. So they ain't going anywhere. So let us first refer back to our list. Okay, so we're gonna need a border across the top. This is horrendous, by the way. I just had to leave that. My apologies for how ugly that is. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna go back here. Hey Zoltan, good to see you. It's very badgering me into eating something. I did have breakfast for what it's worth. It is nice to know, you know, that I have so many, you know, unofficial moms. Is this right? This isn't right. Didn't mean to do that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay. Getting close. Yeah. Okay. I think that save button ought to be just inverted instead of... What's the problem, Griff, when you run code gen? What goes wrong? Oh yeah? I'm on autoplay now, so I'm not even sure I know this one. Why is the padding so far off on this? What are you upset about, pal? It's not that. Yeah, that's like straight up wrong. What's going on there? It's like it's tight there. But here, it's like way, there's all that space. Why is that? Where's that coming from? There's a margin top on it? No, there's a padding on it. Okay. Odd. Where's that coming from? Ah. There we go. Flex says it can't open. I don't. What do you mean, Flex? What's Flex? Have any idea if there's any way to pass query options to filter out specific types? No. So yeah, list notifications. Yeah. So in a moment of confused idiocy. No, that's a little harsh. In a moment of confused optimism, we took server-side filtering out of notifications and said, we'll do it in the client. It'd be easier that way. And then everybody started actually using the application, and we realized that's absurd. That absolutely can't work that way. So yeah, now you're kind of SOL at the moment. Flex Gen server? Where are you trying to run, Griff? Where are you trying to run CodeGen? Like to do that, if you're talking about running CodeGen, like there's the only place that there's a CodeGen command is inside of the ADX, or excuse me, the app proto repository under the API and the PDS packages. Yeah, it's completely ineffective to do client-side notification filtering. Yeah, like I said, a moment of confused optimism. Yeah. So are you calling Yarn CodeGen? That's what happens when I do it. I'm not entirely sure what the Bluesky package is right now, to be honest. That's the app view. You not see this? You see can't open gen flex can't open gen server? You don't see this? I have no idea why you don't see that. Did you run yarn and yarn build and everything? Well, thread was not planned, no. One of those happy little accidents. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Griff. Let me show you the command. That's it right there. Yarn code gen. All right. I still want to show the light count somehow, but that actually is kind of the whole spiel there. Let's pop over to here. Yeah, I'm pretty good with this. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. All good. Okay, did I remind myself to do, yeah. Do a desktop and Android pass. Okay, so that's done. This is done. This is done. I'm gonna save you. I'm actually gonna turn that into the default color rather than inverted. And I can actually press this down, which and basically replace that with this over here. Okay. Oh no. Who's screwing with the... Huh. That's interesting. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about that for the moment. All right.
Citizen.
It is kind of a shame that I have to work. That I actually have to do this stuff. Usually work sprints aren't quite this condensed, so to speak. Like, I would be checking Bluesky through the day as I'm doing this sort of stuff normally. But honestly, it's because I'm live streaming that I'm not, so that you're not sitting there with dead air while I'm goofing around in the app. Okay, so like we're getting there here. We need to still do the, let's kind of reorganize things. Still need to do the dark mode palette run. Still want to show who like to feed at some point. Still need to get into the save versus pin feed UIs. Fix the tab bar indicator, fix the post-loading stuff, update the screen titles, periodically pull sync the saved feeds. Need this got done. We need to store pinned items in the server. So these are our to-dos, and these are our to-dones. Are all custom feeds going to be public? At first, yeah. Am I doing all this today? I'm going to do as much of it as I can. I'm at least going to try to get through the UI stuff first today. And then tomorrow I can kind of sit down and scratch out the stuff that's like less interesting for y'all to see. But I'm real pleased with the progress we've made here. I also want to unify list avatars with logo abbeys. So that, if we're going to try to do the UI stuff, then really the big one is the saved versus pinned feeds work. And that covers a number of things. For one, where do we put the saved feeds? And for two, also saved but unpinned feeds. And then the other question there is where do we got to do a pass on the pinned feed UI. And we'll probably make this save versus pinned feeds the last task of the day, because I think I'm probably reaching the end of my juice for live streaming. And so let's talk about where to list saved but unpinned feeds. The way I see it, we have two options here. Option number one. Griff, you shouldn't have user bin Lex, or if you do, that's maybe that's conflicting, because Lex is a command line tool that we wrote that's in the package, the Lex CLI. You can Ray be the keeper of the butt feed. Yeah, so like either we stick a button up in the top right, but if we do that, it needs to be a fixed button, which means that like we're losing screen real estate, which isn't like the worst, but like that's the trade-off. The other thing we could do is add a screen here, which is like the rightmost of this, which is just like the full list of saved feeds. Which I don't hate. Okay, what is this? What rejected? Could not find feed. Oh, I know what that is. Huh. Alright, error states. Gotta get into error states. I kind of feel like the simplest move here is to add another screen, the rightmost screen, which just lists all the feeds. And in fact, that rightmost screen could be this. I kind of think that's the move here. Yeah, I kind of like that. Alright, before we dig into this, I'm just going to take 5 to walk around, stretch my legs a bit, so that I have the energy to dive into this. So back in like 5 minutes, and then we'll make that move. So see y'all soon. Alright, big news, everybody. Kid appearance time. Let me grab her. Here she is. Hey, baby. Oh, she didn't want it. That's all you get. She doesn't seem to be in the mood. I know, she's all riled up. Apparently she's not much of a performer. Oh, shoot. You know what? I gotta end it there. I'm late for a meeting. Thanks for joining, everybody. Yeah, I'm late for a meeting, so I gotta bounce. We're there. I mean, we're getting there. Not much longer. I will see y'all soon, and hopefully this will be landing sometime next week. So have a great rest of your week, and happy Big Boat Stuck Day.